And we're live. Live from the Long King. It's named by Heropapaya. This is the first show of the Deviated September tour. It's named by Doug. Who's here? Bodybuilder Tupi Stongneck. Working hard in 3 chat rooms simultaneously. I'm Only Big Child's here. Staffy's here. Mind Over Muty. Jazzy. Have a slice of my pecan pie chart is here. Kobo Reasons here. Sponge Sowo. Pierre TV. Ginny Bell. Mr. Robert. Wow Soda and Zwidar. Oh, and Miss Robert, thank you. 53 months. 53 months sub says we left Tipperary a while ago. It's a long road back. Thanks, Mr. Robert. And Soda with a 40-month sub. Thank you, Soda. Thank you. And Mind Over Muty with a tier 3. 38 months. Thanks, Mind Over Muty. Thank you, Mr. Robert. Thank you, Soda. How's everybody doing? Remember, I think I was ranting a little while back how much I hate buying stuff. It makes me so unhappy. Even back when I was a consultant and I had money and I was doing okay, I was doing fine. Even then I didn't like buying stuff. But the last couple of days I've been reminded how the reverse, the opposite of that is I love selling stuff so much. It feels so good to get rid of stuff. I still have I sold a broken PreSonus audio interface that I used to use on the show. I went through 3 of them over the course of this show. Now that might sound like they're not good quality, but by the time I started using, they'd already been in operation for, 8 or 9 years. They're really well built in my experience, and I already had 3 of them. So I just, anyway, the very last one broke, I guess last July, and I replaced it with something else. And I sold it along with 2 power adapters because I still had 2 of them for $20, which, $20 is $20. What was even better is the guy wrote me, he said, "You still have?" I said, "Yes." I said, "I also got all these other things." And he bought this whole box of, he does wireless stuff, and I just happened to have a box of wireless stuff I was trying to get rid of this miscellaneous stuff. I didn't think I'd ever sell it. It was worth it was probably worth like $100, $150. I only sold it for 30 because to get $150, I'd have to sell each one individually. It's just, I didn't have time to deal with that. And then I sold a rack, 12-space rack that I know I'll never was going to use. So nice. Staff says sell any organs. I would consider it. I seriously would. If I could. If I could get enough money to solve my financial problems, I'd sell. What could I sell? What do I not need? You need all your organs though, right? Is there anything I could sell that I don't need? Let's see. But the joy of selling this stuff, I've decided to sell some other things I wasn't sure about. I have a Fender guitar amp that I'm going to sell now. I have this I've been hauling around forever. I'm going to sell this. Cool reasons you could sell your appendix. How much would I get for my appendix? So it says your shirt. I was gonna say, well, what then will I wear it? Oh, I get it. Let's see. But I still have a PA I'm trying to sell, and another rack, a 10-space rack. And then that's the end of the big stuff that I can sell. Well, I'm gonna sell this when I'm ready for the van. I'm gonna get rid of this. Can't wait to get rid of this. And then I don't have any big things after that. right? I mean, pretty much everything I own, except for like a few boxes, are in this room right now. Everything, every single thing I own in my life is in this room. I'll sell the projector because that's way too big and too much for the van for sure. If I want to do the projector in the van, it's going to be a very small one. Cool reasons I think a librarian or a writer of some kind would buy an appendix. Or maybe an encyclopedia company, do you think? The CEO of an encyclopedia company? Have any of y'all sold anything you were psyched to sell recently? Psyched to get it out of your house or get the money in your bank account, whatever it is? He says, it's not what you sell, it's how you sell it, the story, sell the thing like the amp. Maybe Jimi Hendrix owned it. Maybe. I think what I'm going to do with the amp is I'm going to put it at a pretty high price. Because there's no rush on the amp, you know what I mean? Because it's the kind of thing where if I can't sell it, it's not the worst thing to have. Same thing, I mean, that's a really solid MIDI controller, that keyboard. So I'll put it at a high price. I'm just going to do it on Craigslist. And I'll just leave it up for 4 months, you know? I'll keep renewing it, refreshing it. It took, I've had the PreSonus and the that other stuff's been up almost 2 months. You know, you just gotta be patient. Some of those things I tried to sell before I moved here. I tried to sell both those racks and I couldn't. Oh, I have 2 projector screens that I tried to sell and I couldn't before I moved. So now I should have had those on Craigslist this whole time, but I was just overwhelmed with other stuff. Staff is, well, I can't prove he didn't never not once play on it. Maybe perhaps before I got it. But what I would like is to get to when I leave in the van. I mean, I'm gonna still have some stuff, you know, like my fake books. I'm not ready to get rid of my fake books, but I don't think I'm gonna take those in the van, you know. So I want everything I own to either fit in the van or in a 5x5 storage unit, you know? So I think that's definitely doable. Hey, Vatsky's here. It's very premature that I'm doing this, but I started, I created a spreadsheet with different categories of all the things that I'm going to need in the van. In theory, I mean, some things are question, you know, I probably don't need them, but it's amazing how many small, discrete things we interact with in our life. I'm going to probably have at least 300 items in the van. Now, most of them will be very, very small, you know? Like an item literally might be a contact lens case, right? That's tiny, but it's one thing. But yeah, I started making these spreadsheets. Okay, let's see. Create an empty track. Oh, new Project X. Or maybe reveal the real thing. Yeah, we still need more time. Yeah, remind me later in the show. Remind me. Let's do a song or two first. Save changes? What? Cancel. Hey, Pete. You give me I guess something to play with here? Okay, I'll go with that. The lovely dulcet sounds of a kazoo. Kazoo's never been described that way, for sure. He says there's a Dutch show where Dutch celebs have to pick 100 things and live with only those things for 1 week. It's the saddest thing ever to see when celebs can't have their espresso machine for a week. It's funny you say this is espresso muted because I see so many van lifers, they've got to have their coffee, which is, you need so much stuff to do from my point of view, you know? I mean, you need all these extra things. I'm so glad I hate coffee. Although I know for many of you, you're probably thinking you're missing out, but I'm glad there's no part of me that has to worry about making coffee in the van. Simplifies life significantly. Botsky says I couldn't be an IRL fan stream without my maid. Did I use dulcet correctly, SoO, or did I embarrass myself by throwing out a vocabulary word that I didn't use right? I did. I used it right. Just double checked. I used it right. Meaning I used it sarcastically. I used it to mean the opposite of what I actually meant, but I used it the way I wanted it to. Peas is better for matcha tea. I'm not a tea drinker either. I don't, but maybe someday. Peas is making coffee is just a simple water filter and hot water. See, I don't know. Maybe, yeah, I don't know anything. Oh, Jazzy doesn't think you're missing out. I do drink coffee, specialty coffee, 1 part coffee to about 4 parts chocolate. I like chocolate. So maybe with enough chocolate, I would like coffee. Bosky's just snort caffeine pills. I have caffeine pills, but I don't ever eat. I never take them. I have a whole bunch of them. I don't think I've had any. I think I bought this and I used it once. I just hate how it feels. 100 milligrams of caffeine. But they're down here if I need them. But yeah, I hate how it feels. I don't know. It doesn't help, at least for me. I was optimistic. Let's see. So this is sweet and soothing. You're clear for now. Jazz, that's a lot of caffeine. Don't go higher than that. I'm letting myself sleep more. It's hard to let myself do it. I'm letting myself sleep a lot more. Just as an experiment. I just want to see what if for 2 weeks I just let myself sleep until I wake up. Will life turn into just rose beams and is that a word? Rose beams. Speaking of rose beans, speaking of rainbows, I saw a rainbow. Yes, I saw a double rainbow when I was hiking. It's the first rainbow I remember seeing in years. I haven't seen a rainbow in years. And what's cool is it's like from every direction, it looks like I can walk straight towards the end of the rainbow. You know, I sort of walk around. It always looks like if I just go. You used to sleep. Whoever got work done sleeping. I know it's hard. It's hard for me to sacrifice potentially, another 7 hours a week to the unconscious. But I'm curious. So far, I don't think it's worth it. I don't think I feel significantly different. And I'm definitely accomplishing an hour plus less every day. That's not totally true, though. That's not totally true. I probably, it's not a one-to-one, because I'm probably accomplishing, I mean, it's less, but not equal to the amount of sleep that I'm getting less. Let's see. He says, why don't you walk to the end of Rainbow? I started to, and it was going to be, it would have been dark by the time I had gotten even halfway. Yeah, Moody says, you wouldn't need to sell, you're too busy thinking of selling stuff, you'd notice a pot of gold, yeah. I mean, I had that thought. Honestly, I saw where it ended, and I thought, man, if there was a pot of gold there, I would get a van, and I would have dipped in gold. That's what I would do. Solid gold van. Jazz, if you're more awake, you may be more productive, hence getting more done. That's sort of, it's less that, although the problem is there's no easy way for me to measure the productivity for a lot of what I'm doing. It's very, very difficult to sort of know any way to measure it. It's more just if my state of mind can be even more I don't know, better. Not that it's bad, but just, better. Because I've always been pretty ruthless with the way I work. It's sort of, is not good, but the way my brain, I get so fixated on what I'm working on while I'm working. I don't notice pain and hunger and so, but I feel like it's probably shortening my lifespan. Some of those, that I'm able to do that. I think I'm probably, I look back at myself in my 20s, and I just realize how oblivious I was, absolutely oblivious to taking care of myself. I'm not in my 30s either. In my 30s, I think I started getting better in my 30s, but in my 20s, I can't believe I survived. I see some photos of my early 20s, and in some of them, I look literally like I've been in a famine. It's sort of scary how skinny I am. And I just probably wasn't eating because I just didn't know that I needed to. I just was so oblivious. So I'm much better now, but it's not, I'm sure there's always going to be blind spots. Cool Reasons, a kid finds out gold in the pot was all chocolate. I think I would probably be just as happy, I think. Honestly. I love chocolate. Let's see, what am I looking for? Jazz says if she's working on something, there's a chance she'll forget to eat all day and miss doing anything else throughout the day. Yeah, I was diagnosed with ADD in my late 30s, and up to that, no one had ever said, "Oh, maybe you have ADHD." Nobody ever said that or thought that. I certainly didn't think that. I wasn't seeking a diagnosis or anything. It was this provider was like, you might have this you might have this. And I took these computer tests and these different things, and this provider, basically sort of opened my I realized that it's a lot more complicated than I thought. She said that certainly the stereotype is sort of this hyperactivity, inability to focus, but a much better way of understanding ADD is difficulty regulating your focus. So the other side of the coin of distractibility is hyperfocus. And, she says you're able to hyperfocus on stuff, but are there other things you have a hard time focusing on? And that's when I realized, a lot of things that people take for granted, I have a real hard time with. I've been using checklists and counting hours since I was a teenager. I need checklists to do basic things, but I think no one ever really said much of it, because in terms of the things that society values, work, I was good at that, because I could focus. But on those other ways, it was sort of, and I don't know, I know ADD is a controversial thing, so I don't know, who knows what if I have it or not, but it definitely, knowing that, it was useful to have. It hasn't drastically changed. I tried some of the medication. I hate it. I hated how it felt. I don't take any medication. But anyway. Cool Breeze, you were diagnosed around 9. Cool Breeze is when I really focus on things, I get it done. I also found that if I challenge myself with something, I'm more likely to focus more intently on that thing I'm doing. I think I know it with myself. I need novelty, right? That's the thing I realized. I'd never thought about before. I realized I need a very high level of stimulation to stay interested in stuff. And improv is awesome, right? Because there's constantly new stuff. You're not doing the same thing over and over. There's always stimulation. And programming is another thing. I think it seems like, I know some other people who have ADHD. It seems like programming can be a great thing for some people with that, because programming is constantly giving you stimulation because things are going wrong. You constantly have to deal with stuff. Constantly, there's rare that you could just sort of, but doing a job without stuff. So washing dishes. That was one of my favorite jobs I did, washing dishes, because it's just constant stuff all the time. But the thing is that I say that, but if you watched me off stream, right, I seem extremely calm. Anyway, okay, I don't know. I need to beat the hour. Let's see our drum kit. Oh, thanks. Donation for Staffy. Thanks. Staffy's, I'll start the bidding on the left kidney at $5. Thanks, Staffy. $5, that's it. For a kidney? Let's see. QZA. Thanks so much, Staffy. Cavern kit. I resisted medication for a long time, regret it. I love mine. Zoloft changed my life. Yeah, I think, for anybody who's dealing with any sort of mental health related things, we want it to be simple. We want there to be this thing that just fixes things like that. And we might find that thing that will just fix whatever our challenges are in life. But most of the time, that first thing, whether it's a medication or it's a therapist or whatever it is, it won't do it. It's just a continual thing, is that finding the right person, And then eventually that person might no longer be the right person after being the right person for a long time, or that medication that worked for a long time. But I think it's easier to deal with when we accept that it's going to be an ongoing journey, as opposed to thinking we're just going to, boom, everything's perfect. He says, they say I got Asperger's, tried the medicines, but it ruined me creatively, especially how you know me now. Playing with language is so nullified by the meds. I think, Muti, I feel like most mental health issues have two sides. That's why I don't love the term mental illness, because the reality for me, because I've had various struggles with different mental health things in my life, and I feel like there's good and bad, and I think that's one of the reasons you see a lot of people resist sort of dealing with it at all, because you potentially lose this part of yourself that works, that you like. So I think, and that when we look at it as illness, I think that makes it seem like that, right? It's like who wants to be ill? Who wants to be sick? So I feel like the goal is not to eradicate necessarily. I mean, certainly there are some things people will want out of themselves for sure, but I think in many cases it's about managing, finding ways to keep the part that is good, but manage the parts that are problematic. But I guess I definitely I understand what you're saying, Muti, about that. Okay, Cavern Kit. First up, Space Odyssey. And I think, yeah, I just prefer mental health as a way to talk about this stuff so much over the idea of mental illness. Just in the same way that physical health is a spectrum, mental health is a spectrum. Nobody on this planet is perfectly physically healthy, right? Or even if they are, even if there's miraculously this person who is perfectly physically healthy, one day they're walking across the street and they get hit by a bus. They survive. They are no longer perfectly physically healthy. So, and mental health's the exact same thing, right? Nobody is perfectly mentally healthy. Nobody is. Nobody is. And even if you feel like you are for a while, that bus metaphorically could hit you, and you could be unprepared. And that's why looking at mental health as this ongoing thing, I think and not judging other people and sort of demonizing people because that person's crazy, that person is ill, right? Just recognizing that we are all, no matter what, we could be in their position in different circumstances, And I think that having compassion for other people and for ourselves is really important. And I think society's understanding of mental health, I think, is really expanding, and I hope will continue to expand. Space Odyssey. Oh, thanks, Beauty. Thanks for saying that. Thank you. Corey says, kid reminded me of an episode of The X-Files about the luckiest man in the world. End of the episode, he gets hit by a bus and lives. Lucky guy. There's Space Odyssey. And then Kick Snar. Kick Snar. I and probably almost everyone here was feeling things in a different part of the beat than they were. So I gotta give some shape to really establish this. Okay, got our beats. He says, kind of on topic, it saddens me when I read the other day that 1 in 50 kids with behavioral issues gets wrong diagnosed and gets medicated even though they're intelligent, just bored. Yeah. I could easily have seen myself in that situation. I think there are times when medication is the right thing, for sure. But I also think, as media is saying, I think that does happen also. That rather than say, how can we work with this person's learning style, let's just try to jam them into the same box that everybody else is in. Sounds, we got Motown Bass from Muty. I will say when I did try a number of different prescribed number of different ADHD drugs. And I will say, like, the first time I used it was really sort of emotional because I felt like this is how a lot of other people feel normally. And that was, in some ways that was hard to take. And that's one of the reasons I don't like taking it. Because just my biggest difficulty is shifting gears, change in between activities. As y'all know, right? I like to, if I get into a song, I'm going to play it forever. If I get into what we're talking about, I'll talk forever. It's very hard for me to shift between activities. But I think that ability in life can be incredibly valuable to be able to just say, okay, you're here, I'm going to switch to you. Okay, I can stop, and, but yeah, I mainly did not like how those drugs felt afterwards. While they're going, it can be, but afterwards it didn't work for me. But again, for other people, they can be life-saving, life-changing. So I'm not talking down on them at all. I'm just saying for my personal self. I mean, the thing is with a lot of these drugs, it's just a science experiment because our body, each of us are so different. It's hard to predict how they'll work. And then we got a Big Child with Daisy. Yeah, I think I've said, one of the things I don't enjoy. Oh, I gotta hurry. I'm gonna lose the hour. Days, I gotta hurry. Okay, hurry. Couple bells. That's rainy art interest. Twinkling shower bells. Kentucky Fried. I still have 59. Still. Thanks for those kelps. Remind me before we, like around the sound pole, to go check the MIDI connection. The light show wasn't working because the streaming computer wasn't getting any MIDI, so I gotta see if I gotta just unplug the MIDI, replug it back in. Let's see, titles. Thanks for those kelps though, titles. Sponge solo winding rivers. Pete Easy Panic. Jazzy Bluish Hues. Cool reason. Cool blue screen. Oh, can we get some lounge requests quick? I'm about to have Tubi fill requests, so I'll wait 20 seconds or so. Oh, according to Tubi, I did not beat the hour. I think I did. I thought on the screen it said I have, but looking at Tubi's whatever Tubi says is what is reality. Tubi said that it was 15 seconds past. Very sad. That's the first time I haven't beaten the hour in a long time. Long time. It's the exception that proves the rule, right? Can we get some lounge requests? Tubi wants me to start. Uses a hit 1 a.m. right when you hit your first note. I'll give you this one. Tubi is bad at time. We all know that. Well, I can't. I mean, I can't change Tubi's time though. But thank you, Moody. Thanks for. I remember there was that last one y'all didn't think counted. So it's win some, lose some. But I can't change Tubi's time. I mean, I might have actually beaten it because actually what Tubi does, I think I have it set up that Tubi. I press begin song. But Tubi adds some time to. I know. Anyway, no, I don't think I beat it. Oh, Jazzy, the easiest way is just on the on-screen extension, and just type in lounge, and then things that are tagged. But if you go on the, it should show everything that's marked as lounge. I'll wait a second more. 10 seconds more. Okay, I'm gonna fill. Wait, I did say it was lounge, right? Did I say yes? I hope I actually pressed yes. Oh, thanks, Staffy. Thank you. Okay, let's do our poll. Return to screen. Okay, yeah. Technically, I'm still, we got the video still rolling at this point. Now, I'm back. Sowo, Winding Rivers, Pete, Easy Panic, Jazzy, Bluish Shoes, and Cooper's in Cool Blue Screen. I mean, the track we just did is a bit of a loungy vibe to it already. This part, I did a 1/4 progression, which just is instant groove 1/4, or some people might call it a 2/5. I think it's a 1/4, but although because I was coming from G minor, it sort of was a 2/5 actually, but. Cool's pre-lounge warm-up, yeah. So what I mean by 1/4, the classic, this is the classic chord progression for funk and groove, and you go from a minor chord to the dominant. So the progression I'm doing is A minor to D7. So probably one of the most famous examples of a 1/4 is Oye Como Va by Santana. But there are so many of them, and it just is this groove you can play forever. That chord progression. Oh, and Hate a Duel and Death by Coffee, heropapaya. JazzyEagle. I listened to I went on a hike yesterday and I listened to I hadn't listened to Santana in a long time, and I listened to, which album was it? Which album? I listened to Abraxas. Which has a Oye Como Va on it. Abraxas. He says, thanks for being inspiring this past week. Went ham on rhythm and melody. Stress beats, summarized stress, duple to triple meter, tendency tones. Made 12 full tracks this week. That was 4 bars like of it. That's awesome. One thing I suggest, Muti, because you're learning all these things, these theoretical things. I would, and you might be doing stuff like this already, but I would pair it with some more abstract ways of thinking about what you're doing. Because you've got so much of this theoretical underpinnings, I think you'll find some really interesting connections. And a really interesting way, I think, to think about melody is to think about the speaking voices of different actors. Not singing voices, but speaking voices. Because different actors have different cadences, and you might find it might be a fun challenge, Muti, to try to write some melodies where you find someone like, I don't know, who's someone real distinctive speaking. Christopher Walken, right? What would be a melody where you use Christopher Walken's cadence as your inspiration? Or, I don't know, I'm sure y'all can think of some other actors that have really interesting rhythm. But, that's in the same way. I remember seeing something where they did some sort of, I might be missaying this, but they did some sort of computer graphic of somebody walking. Just a stick figure. But it was of a real person, but they changed him into a stick figure. And people could recognize who it was, even though it's just a stick figure, by their gait. And it's the same thing. Obviously, the sound and the tone of someone's voice is recognizable. But it's not just that, right? A lot of times when we hear people do impressions, the tone of their voice isn't that similar. What they've mastered is the cadence, the rhythms, right? The way the person stutters or sort of disjointed in how they speak. Speaking is rhythm, or sometimes absence of rhythm. But that might be a fun creative challenge for anybody, just make some melodies inspired by people's voices, speaking voices. This is the first time I played trombone in 2 weeks? I don't think I played it last week, did I? I don't remember. Those first few notes are always so difficult to play. So there's 7 positions on the trombone. Only 7 positions, right? I mean, a piano is 88 notes. Trombone has 7 places you can put the slide. I mean, you can do more, but effectively there's 7, which means each place you put the note, the slide, there's many notes you can play there, and it's up to your lips to play the right note, right? So that would be an example here. Let me give an example. So that'd be I was playing the 4th, the 7th. The 7th would be. Okay, so over this groove, right? I'm going to simulate. So there's 2 notes that are very close together with your lips. This note, well, now it works there, but anyway, it's very easy to play the note you don't mean to play, and for it to be a note that is not one anyone would expect at that moment. So you go with it and you go on a new journey. You discover something you didn't intend to happen. Let me shout out a few more titles. Miss Robert, when you do something, you do it well. It works, it works. Tendy Brisky Botsky, A Fridge Over Troubled Water. Heropapaya, Reign of the Lone Parrot. Mind Over Muty. Mental Helter Skelter. Dual No Time to Diet. Staffy Political Influx. Sponge Solo. Thirsty Third Thursday. Pete at Easy Rush. Jazzy, The Grand Canyon. Cobra Reason, Fastest Pole Ever. Cobra Reason, Shatner. Cobra Reason, Shatner seems like we have Meaty's alley. As far as cadence, yeah, he's got interesting cadence. When you think about in speaking how sometimes, I do this all the time. I'll repeat things to emphasize them or to give me time to think of what's going to happen. I'm going to say next, But you hear that a lot in preachers, right? Preachers will come back to some phrase over and over again. And what do you hear in music? The exact same thing, right? Especially in improv, when you can come back to an idea and do a little variation on it or develop it. That's what people are going to remember, I love, there are many musicians I love who can rip it up, play insane stuff. But it's the moment when they come out of it that's often the most memorable. It's like, That's when remember, now it's cool to get there. You know, it's that stuff, that slower stuff, that stuff that, you know, simpler, that's going to really give you sort of a framework. Oh, some slots haven't been filled. Let's try this again. We also need drum fills. I think we need a ton of drum fills. Piece is all about contrast and context. Piece, I'm going to do a speech thing for sure. Thank you. I learned all theory, but treat music organically. Trying to let the music talk to me in every sonic. I try to make part of a conversation. It's like karate, just watching pictures and reading words doesn't get you a black belt. You know, if you think about voices, you can also create some interesting possibilities when you have multiple voices in your song. And you can sort of start to think about that interplay. You know, what's the bass saying? What's the, what are the drums saying? What are all these different, what are they all saying? Thinking about, I think even as a solo performer or a solo producer, you can think about the different parts of your music as different members of a band. And what makes bands so cool is that each member is a different personality, right? The Beatles would not have been the Beatles if they had had a drummer that just played a ton of notes, right? They wouldn't have been. Led Zeppelin would not have sounded like Led Zeppelin if they had Ringo Starr as a drummer. They would just be totally different. Even though those guys, Bonham and Ringo basically didn't write any of the music for the most part, right? Other than they did write their beats, but they didn't write the music. But those bands would have been fundamentally different just with one background person, right? I mean, they're not, they weren't the lead players. They weren't the ones singing. And I think you can approach that when you're producing too. Think about the different personalities. What's fun in a band is not everyone plays time the same way. The drummer might be the intense person in the band. They're the one pushing the beat, and it's the bass player that's holding them back. Or it could be the reverse. Maybe the drummer is real chill, right? And it's the bass player that's keeping us moving forward. Or maybe it's the guitar player that's really pushing or pulling. And you can do that as a solo producer. You can think that way. One of the nice things I think about being a solo producer is that you can let go of your ego in a way that can sometimes be hard for individual musicians to let go of, right? When I'm making everything from scratch, I'm not trying to show off. I don't have to worry I don't have to make the bass I don't have to worry about everything being impressive. I just want the totality of it to work together, right? And so I can think that way. I can think, well, at this moment, we already have something that's really dramatic. I don't need to do something, I don't need the bass player to play a million notes if I've already got this other thing that's, I don't really consciously think about that most of the time when I'm improvising, but I think that's a core part of my approach, is that I'm thinking about these individual elements as individual members of a larger ensemble. We got everything? Yes, good. Pieces, drummer of AC/DC is a good example. He doesn't play complicated stuff. It's like a train going on and on. Yeah. I very much am, heavily influenced by jazz rock of the 70s. I mean, that when I was in high school, I listened to so much of that. And I listen to some prog rock as well. Not as much prog rock, but some. But in both of those genres, there's some of the most technically proficient musicians that have ever played, you know, outside of jazz, pretty much. And there are times when, I just think, man, I wish they weren't all playing a lot at the same time. I wish they let's just hear the guitar player for a little while and not everybody playing a million notes all at the same time. And that's just personal preference, right? I'm not making a value judgment, but just personally, there are times when I wish that they could sort of let one guy get in the limelight a little bit, as opposed to all trying to show off simultaneously. Not that they're trying to show off necessarily, but just that, okay, let's end this poll. Jazz is prog rock, yes. I like some Yes, and the main thing I like about Yes is how flawed his voice is. It's just this sort of weird, flawed thing. I think if he had a virtuosic voice, I don't think it would have worked. I don't think it would have worked as well. Winding Rivers, sowO. Thank you, sowO. Thank you, Winding Rivers. Muse is every person I treat. Muse bass is usually the dad, the melody is the teenage daughter trying to find freedom, and the drums is the kid brother kicking against doors. Mom runs the show as the rhythm, and then there's Uncle Jim and Aunt Mary always around during the bridge. Nice. Hey, Commodore Global, how are you? There's not very many people that I know about that talk about sort of the Twitch live streaming just in general. If you know of anyone that I should check out, let me know. But the only people I really have seen that talk about sort of the big picture of streaming is the guy, Alpha Gaming guy, I don't know his name, and Devin Nash. Is it Devin? That's a Devin Nash, I think. And anyway, I see Devin Nash talking about YouTube recently. And I've said, I've criticized YouTube, saying, they've got their discovery seems worse for live streaming than Twitch. That's like they don't even have a directory, right? And although I'm still skeptical on their discovery, I think discovery as streaming alone on YouTube is real bad, obviously. But what I sort of opened my eyes is Devin was saying he was highlighting this Twitter conversation between one of YouTube's executives who run the streaming side. Basically, they don't want a directory because they don't think it's a good system. And in thinking about it, it hasn't really worked very well for Twitch so far. YouTube is sort of banking on their algorithm and people being discovered using recorded videos, which makes a lot of sense, actually. I still think it would be nice to have a direct. I don't think it would hurt to also have a directory, but I get that. That makes sense to me. Twitch also has a lot of great tags, especially for music. I just get the sense that people don't use tags at all. Or not enough people use them. You know, the thing about Twitch is that, you know, people go to the directory and they scroll down maybe a little ways. And I benefited at the beginning of my time on Twitch because there was nobody in the music directory. So doing weird improv, you know. But now it makes things a lot more difficult. Okay, so on lounge we just have one beat. Dual. Oops, but I gotta load the sound. What is it? Dub Smash. That's not a very. That's a cool kit, but it's not a very loungy kit. Did I load it? Oh, I loaded in the wrong place. But some, another big Twitcher, a couple big Twitchers in the last week have left Twitch for YouTube. Here's Dual. Well, it looks like YouTube has emotes now. That's that's to me probably the most fun aspect of Twitch's version of live streaming. Wait, I was gonna make a lounge beat, wasn't I? I wasn't really paying attention. Here, let me just make another beat. I forgot that this is supposed to be loungy. I mean, I don't know with this kid. How are we gonna do this? Okay, let's just bring everything back a lot. There we go. It's not a classic lounge kind of beat, but it'll work. I still haven't fixed my monitor, so I'm having to manually type in. Or I mean, it's not only that I fixed the monitor, I haven't fixed Tubi's code to do it. And then Staffy with, you will enjoy this. Oh, the MIDI thing, yeah. Thank you. So when I start this poll, yeah, I already forgot. When I start this poll, I'm going to run out of the room for a second to where the computer is. JazzyEagle, Heavenly Chords. Heropapaya Pierre's Interstellar Lounge. And then I'm on the Big Child, Misappropriated Reciprocated Generosity. Okay, y'all pick which sound starts the improv. And while you do that, I'm going to check this. Okay, let's see. It's not getting MIDI. It's in the light show today, I guess. Title Inspire, sure. Oh, we haven't done this in a while. Place you'd like to visit. Incorporated place you'd like to visit into your title. It does not have to be possible right now. It could be you want to visit Saturn. So incorporated place or a city, a country. Doesn't it? It could be even be something more general like the forest. That's a place. Send this bow. Misappropriated reciprocated generosity. don't know. Camera switching might work. I don't remember. No, it's not. No, it won't. It's not going to work, will it? Without the MIDI. Here we go. Time to accelerate. walking on the moon. I'm walking on the moon with a fishbowl on my head, going fishing for those goldfish swimming round. I'm walking on the moon with a fishbowl on my head, going fishing for some goldfish. Yeah, I'm walking on the moon with a fishbowl on my head. I bow, but yeah, I'm walking on the moon with a fishbowl on my head, and those thoughts and those fishes are swimming around. Yeah, who needs oceans, who needs rivers, who needs lakes as well, when you got a fishbowl on your head that's just filled and swell with fish. Yeah, I'm walking on the moon with a fishbowl on my head, gonna go fishing. Yeah, I'm walking on the moon with a fishbowl on my head, going fishing. elevator, but that's okay, 'cause I felt like standing still. Yeah, I'm stuck on an elevator, but that's okay, didn't want to go up anyway. Yeah, I'm walking on the moon with with a fishbowl on my head, going fishing, going fishing. Yeah, who needs oceans? Who needs lakes? Who needs rivers as well? I got a whole beach and fish as well. Oh, I'm too confused. Too confused. Is it too bright? Should I reduce one of these lights a little? Is it just too much? I wonder if. That was a little better. Do you like that? That was slightly better. That's probably gonna happen again. Okay, titles. Titles, let's see. Heropapaya, blue person. Staffy, mouse forest. It's a really good feeling to belt falsetto. I'm not really in that kind of shape right now, but it's like physically it feels really cool. Pete, the fifth dimension. Jazzy, sailing in Sydney. Okay. Oh, thanks, Beauty. Well, credit, I'm about to thank. Here, let's get this first. It did not come unassisted. It was assisted, that lyric. It was assisted by I'm a Big Child. I'm only a big child to the title Walking the Moon on a Long Leash. That's where I got the Walking the Moon from. Also, a big child stuck in an elevator. Oh, hey, Muffin. Project X, yeah, we can do that next. Thanks, Steffi. My melodies when I sing lyrics are just not. I do very similar things over and over again because I'm just thinking about the words, you know. Someday they'll. I start in the third so much. I shouldn't tell you all that because you're going to know, those of you who know what I'm talking about are going to hear it all the time. I love starting on the third. This is one on the sixth. I'm much more inventive with my melodies when I'm not thinking about lyrics, and I would start in the sixth sometime. Although that Rhodes sound, I also started in the third. But these just subliminally suggest product placement. Some other titles. Bodybuilder to be stung with. He might die there. I'm only a big child. Kid in the moon. Mind Over Muty, Squishy Frisbee, heropapaya, William Shatner, Staffy with Balancing Fact, Jazzy Acting Lake, I'm Swimming. Oh, wait, can someone request a drum loop that hasn't got one yet today? Vosky says, ooh, get 20% off Guitar Center with the code TUBES. We need some drum loops. He says, you try your reflection on green screen yet? There's a box just arrived today with the ring light. So I saw it it came in just as I was setting up the show. So hopefully I might have time tomorrow to test it out. But yeah, the ideas you want, at least the people I've seen doing it were using selfie light, the ring lights. So that, because the idea is you need to put it right next to the camera lens so that it reflects directly back. So yeah, I'm going to try that hopefully tomorrow. Fingers crossed. If it works, you make things so easy. If it doesn't work, I'll think of something else. For anyone who, I'm sure everyone here has heard me talk about this, but one of my dreams for the van is to have green screens in the windshield and have a shot where the windshield is behind me, right? So that you see the two seats behind me. I'm facing the back of the vehicle. The camera's facing me though, so you see me, and then behind me is so we could have anything we want. I could have footage of me just driving. That's pretty mundane, right? From that day. Or we could be in the ocean. We could be in space. We could have just, I don't know, giant ants crawling over the vehicle as I'm doing the show. Oh, here Papaya Tubi's giving money. Tubi's just making up usernames, so nobody ever takes advantage of it, I don't think. Is that what you mean? Here Papaya, that Tubi's giving money? Yeah, as far as I know, there's nobody in our community named Electric Pitcher Plant. That's a good name, though. Electric Pitcher Plant 449? What a good name. He says, can we get one where we're at the DMV? It gets a little, not to be a rain on your parade, I like that idea. It gets a little tricky if I have people's faces, I gotta be a little careful. Yeah, credit gets erased, Jazz. It gets erased right before the show starts. So if you ever get credit, you need to use it before the show starts. Send this Poe. And it's Jazzy sailing in Sydney. Thank you, Jazzy. Jazzy says, how would you use credit? You could do badlies for just the fun of it. You could submit venue badlies, tour badlies, Project X. No, there's no Project X badly. What else? You could unlock a friend. You could give a friend. Has anyone written a bot for YouTube? That's the thing I dread, is having to do that. That's why I might never live stream on YouTube, because I just don't want to deal with it. Don't want to integrate Tubi. Oh, this is, yeah, so heropapaya, actually, as far as Tubi's concerned, I mean, Tubi knows most of the time which chat Tubi's in, but as far as our whole system, you can do anything in any channel, pretty much, and it'll carry over. It's just one big happy family. I think I limited voting to just this channel, though, I think. So you can whisper things to Tubi, and that also... Jazz, they changed the version for YouTube? He says, funny story, I was watching a few videos and some subjects on YouTube and I was all serious, and then there was one video that was presented by Tubi Voice. I could not concentrate on subject matter anymore. Yeah, that's what I get. That's what I get for using a built-in Apple voice. I looked into getting a custom voice, and someday maybe we'll do that, but it's extremely expensive. You can basically design, but it's a lot of money. I don't remember how much it was, but it was out of the budget. I saw this van built on YouTube for the vehicle I'm thinking about. This, these Transit Connects from 2010 to 2013. They're minivans essentially. And this guy, I mean, it's amazing how much he crammed into the vehicle. I mean, he put so much thought into it. I mean, it's amazing. It's one of the best builds I've ever seen. It might be the best. It's the best Transit Connect build I've ever seen, in terms of fitting so many things and just thinking it through. And I mean, he did things like he had remote control so that he could bring his window shades down, and he hooked up his electronics so he could do remote control of his front windows. So if he's in bed and he wants a little more crosswind, he can just, it was amazing. But it was so cramped, it just looked very cramped. My build, I've never seen anybody do what I'm thinking of doing in terms of a build, which means it's probably a terrible idea, but. Basically, the van, there'll be the back of the van cargo area, right? The middle half, the left half, you can't have a middle half. The left half, the front half, there we go. The front half is basically empty. And then the back half is where everything is. so that I have tons of airspace, tons of space for cameras to have a full frame shot, so I can move around. You can't vision without the I have not made any progress in my Lego model, but anyways, here's my Lego model that I started building. This is the front. This is the front of the van where this white line is. So the seats are right here. So basically, you know, what I'm saying is that the back part of the van is where all the stuff is, and then this space is totally open. But there's going to be drawers right here that can extend all the way to there. And those drawers are going to serve as the platform for my desk workstation area. But it's going to be, it will be able to slide all the way through, so I can have my workstation on the back of the van with the doors open, so we can have the camera here shooting outside. And same thing, those drawers will go this way, and they'll be the platform for the but yeah, I still need to go through and organize the Legos, because this first part took way too long, just hunting through a big box of Legos. Bosky says Lego stream when? Would y'all watch that if it's just a camera with me? Me just building with no Lego skill. I'm not a Lego expert, obviously. I have no Lego skill. I'm easy to watch. Bosky's, if you describe what you're trying to do, then yes. Jazzy says, we might. Drum kit is a quirky deluxe jam. Yeah, I keep forgetting it's never loaded, because I gotta load it. Whoops. Okay, first beat. Inception combustion. There it is. Then muffin. You can hear the click? Oh, it's because it's really loud. Can you still hear it? Can you still hear the click now? Not anymore? Okay, good. Mom says you make models of real things using only the Legos you have. Oh no, the Mac boops where I was trying to click on an application, it was closed or something. It's hard to, yeah. Got our beats. Sounds fretless, electric. I saw more press that car prices might be super high all the way through next year. And then we've got this Beats Lounge. And that's from Cool Reason from Staffy. Meh, don't think I will. Do a glass pluck. I'm a big child. Stardust ARP. Yeah, I'll pick which sound starts the improv. Oops. No, we cannot do the light show today. Oh, let's do Project X vote. Send this Pope. The Beats Lounge. The Beats Lounge. Okay, let's see. Brooms with monster in a guy suit. Q-score with the unexpected raise and alert system. Kubereason with a hot tub tubing machine. Stabby with Mayo vacuum. There's your options. Monster in a guy suit, unexpected raise and alert system, hot tub, tubing machine, and Mayo vacuum. So, for most of this past year, I have been hoping to launch Project X on this Saturday. That's not happening. It's not happening. My plan is to do one big show. Launch Project X, celebrate 5 years. It's going to be very late because technically Saturday is 5-year anniversary, but celebrate 5 years of streaming and launch the Kickstarter. Debut maybe the first episode of what I'm imagining on YouTube, all one show. And I'm going to put so much promotion into that show. I'm going to reach out to everybody who's ever watched the show at least 5 times or so. I don't know, 1 time even. Skating on thin ice. Skating on thin ice. Whoops, I didn't end it yet. And it's not going to show it on screen. Well, as the unexpected raise and alert system, Q-Square has named it. September's name for Project X, unexpected raise and alert system. Okay. Here we go. Time to accelerate. Yeah, I'm laughing at the rain. Laughing at the rain. Yeah, I'm laughing at the rain. Laughing at the rain. so it sank to the bottom of the ocean. So I learned to breathe underwater. So I lived in my castle on the sea, until the waters receded. I built a castle on the sea, and so it sank to the bottom of the ocean. So I learned to breathe underwater, and I lived in my castle. Never thought I'd ever miss the rain. I would laugh every time that it came. But when every single drop is one that surrounds your castle on the sea, so I left my castle on the bottom of the sea and swam all the way to the shore. I wanted to feel just a single drop of rain fall on my face once more. Thanks for those scalps. Oh, I gotta do titles. Right. Let's do titles. Let me look for titles. And shout out to I'm Only a Big Child. So I honestly, my eyes are getting worse, I guess. And it's very small on the screen, very far away. I thought I was quoting your title exactly, my lyric. I sang laughing at the rain, but what Child wrote is launching the raisin. but I saw laughing at the rain. Thanks, Big Child. Let's see titles. sowOmoz, Fire in the Sky. See, that's how inspiration works in such funny ways, you know? Shenanigan, hey Shenanigan says we see what we want to see, what we need to see. Muty says kid even takes raisins out of lyrics. Oh. I'm Only a Big Child with that goes in my mind. Cool reason, Tortoise in the Air. Oh, and did I see your heropapaya? Did I take Castle from you? Did I sing Castle before or after your title? Because sometimes I see things and I forget to make a mark. Did I take that? Did I sing that before or after you? Because I want to give you credit if I took it from you. Do you remember if I sang? Because I said about Castle. Did you submit it before I sang it? You did it after? Okay. Well, it's still a cool. I'm going to put it on the board. Floating Castle. Oh, thank you so much. Who is it? I see there's a donation, but didn't get an alert. Is it, oh, Cool Reason. Thank you so much, Cool Reason. Thank you. I still don't see your, oh, there it is. Thank you so much, Cool Reason. Thank you. Honor for Cool Blue Reason. Yeah, you know what I do sometimes, Cool Blue Reason? When I say your name really fast, I say Cool Boo Reason, because it's sort of hard for me to say a little bit. If I say it fast, Cool Blue Reason. It's easier to say Boo. Cool Blue Reason. Cool Blue Reason. Thank you so much, Cool Blue Reason. Thank you. I want to hate him mucho más. Okay, yeah, I'll pick which. Oh, I sang after? Okay, I'll give you credit then. Yeah, I'll give you credit for that. Flute, I played Flute, right? Yeah. Some other titles, Mind Over Muty with Hungry for Love, Starving on You. Staffy, Compass Action. Jazzy, Delusions of Grandeur. I'm Only Big Child, Tiny Red UFO. Cool Blue Reason, Atlantis Revisited. Heropapaya, Cyborg, Bratwurst. sowOmoz, Waves of Longing. Botska, You Got Booped. Shenanigans says, how do I clip something? I don't know. Can you clip while the stream is live? Music, how else could we clip your trip while this is happening? Let's end this bow. Floating Castle. Thank you, heropapaya. Heropapaya's named it Floating Castle. Thank you. Me says you're playing a Phantom keyboard while scatting. Did that have a purpose? Yeah, I do that sometimes. I think I do that just to change. It changes how it feels. It just, my brain, I think differently when I'm physically playing at the same time. And it's just a different thing. I don't always do that. I think I just like simulating the rhythm with my body sometimes. I think that's why I was doing it. Music is very intimate and sensitive. I mean, I'm usually not aware of what I'm doing when I'm scatting. Our drum kit is a gritty funk. I have this alert that pops up at this point of the show, and it says check drum volume, and it's been doing that forever, and I never ever check. Because the drums are different volumes, and then my whole mix is going to be based on the drum volume. So, but I never ever do it. Oh, you know what I haven't been checking? Oh yeah, my levels are much quieter today, aren't they? I had to return my, so there's 3 computers. Well, there's 2 computers involved in the audio. So there's 3 computers. What am I talking about? There's 3 computers. The streaming computer has its own interface, and there were some issues with it, and it was the one I bought a year ago. And I was, since I'm also almost certainly going to sell it when I move into the van, I don't want to sell something that has issues, that are not my fault, that's within warranty. So, I bought one just temporarily while they fixed this one. But I didn't get my levels exactly the same. I don't know how long it's going to take. But it is annoying, to buy equipment and it happened less than 6 months in, I think. And it didn't affect us once I figured out the workaround. But it seriously loses probably loses 70% of its value because of this issue. But they wouldn't send me a replacement while it gets fixed. I just had to wait. I can't wait. I can't. It might take. Honestly, at this point, it might take. I might not have it for 2 or 3 months because their facility and my needs are very low. Let me just say this: my needs are so trivial to what's happening and why it might be delayed, but it is in a very trivial way affecting me. Their main where they're fixing it is Baton Rouge, Louisiana, which is had all the flooding and the power's out, and I shipped it just before that happened, and UPS hasn't even been able to deliver it at this point. But again, what I'm dealing with is so trivial compared to what they're having to deal with down there. It's awful. And up in New York, there's flooding in New York. It's crazy. Okay, beats. First up, it's Botsky. Cooper says there's a tornado in Annapolis, Maryland. Has that ever happened before? Is that like the crazy? I didn't know tornadoes made to Maryland. Yeah, we're gonna. You know what's gonna happen? First week I have the van, and I'm traveling. There's gonna be a hurricane or a tornado, or whatever it is, a twister. Is gonna pick me up in the van and send me to Oz, and I'm gonna start streaming from Oz. Jazz says, "Oh, tornadoes have been reported in all 50 states. Frequency of them is vastly different, though." Cooper Reason says, "Hurricanes and subtropical storms can spawn tornadoes due to the vorticity." I've never heard that word, vorticity, created by such storms. That's a good word, vorticity. What exactly does vorticity mean? Vorticity. Okay, there's Botsky. And then slow slide. Fast spinnies. Which Moz, if you stream from Oz, will we be required to ignore the giant blue-headed robot with googly eyes behind the curtain? Staff says the vortexes or curves of wind are tightly wound. Okay. Sound. Staff with Meg. A dynamic, funky sound. Mind over MIDI fingerstyle electric bass. Jazzy Lamb and or Dur. And that's a debut. Oops. Okay, here's Land or sorry. And then bigger, bolder, heavier. That's also a debut. Cooper Reason with rather iffy. Cooper Reason says, people don't believe me at times that in our meet room we talk about science, astronomy, and meteorology many days at work. One of my favorite jobs was washing dishes, and we had such good conversations. Because, what we were doing. Well, since it was work with our bodies, right? We could use our mouths to talk. It was pretty awesome. I could totally see myself doing that again someday, dishwashing. Cool reason with, oh, and then GD Bill with FM perks in 1 mid. Meaty says, how many natural disasters have you witnessed? Remember the earthquake in the Bay? Oh yeah. I'm pretty lucky. I haven't had to deal with much. I was in upstate New York when there was the big snowstorm of the late 70s. It's famous. Does anyone know what I'm talking about? It's like the blizzard, I think it was 78. I mean, I was not aware of it, but I was alive. Yes, I was born in the 70s. But that's it. That's all I can think of, Midi. How about y'all in chat? What have y'all seen? I think the most dramatic thing I've lived through was a coup. When I lived in Liberia, there was a coup. PNUK, you lived through the blizzard of 78, I think. Is that what it was? Oh, you've seen a couple hurricanes in Bermuda, PNUK? Botsky says, Edmond, Canada had a tornado in 87. The newspapers called it Black Friday. I was at the family cabin and thankfully our houses were spared. Paul says, born in the 70s. The only proof we have the kid isn't an ancient vampire. I could be a young vampire, right? Right? I still could be a vampire. I'm just not an ancient vampire. You're right. As Stavi says, it could be 1770s or 1870s. I didn't say 1970s. I said the 70s. Right. Could have been the 1670s, the 1570s. Or 770 BC, as Muchima says. Oh, let's do the poll. I have some vague memory of that. Does anyone know what I'm talking about? This, I don't know if it's a movie or a meme or something. Of it's just, the phrase is something like "follow the plan," follow the plan. Not to get distracted. What is that from? It's a similar vibe to in Star Wars when they're trying to blow up the Death Star, and they're trying. They have to fly their X-wings down that long sort of long tunnel area, but there's Empire things trying to attack them at the same time, but they got to stay focused. But the follow the plan, what is it? Is that something different? I'm saying that because that's what I feel right now. That's what I'm feeling. Stay the course. Yeah, I'm definitely in this situation it's really hard when you feel like you got, there's all the enemy fighters are attacking, but I just gotta trust. I gotta trust my plan. I gotta trust that that I'm doing the right thing. Bossy says, my plan when there's a lot of enemy fighters to fly the way they're going to avoid them. Cooper says, the TIE fighters attacking Duke on the way to point up the Death Star were pretty spicy. Jazz says TIE fighters, not TIE fighters. Are they pronounced differently? Oh, I get the pun. I get it. I was very confused. Yeah, I did not get Cool Reasons fun. I did not get it. Thank you for explaining, Jazzy. Okay. I mean, because the reason I don't get, I think one of the reasons I don't get puns is that I think I tend to think in a more, I try to think, and I just think poetically, sort of, right? Something it's spicy. You wouldn't normally hear that to describe, but that's a cool way there's a different way of describing it. I like that, spicy. That's an interesting way of thinking about that story. It's an interesting adjective to use in that context. Right? Because I'm singing about a goldfish on my head. Why can't fighter jets be spicy? I mean, I was thinking spicy is sort of adding that tension and interest, right? It wouldn't be very interesting, I think. And it'd be so bland if there were no TIE fighters attacking the X-Wings, right? If it was just the Death Star shooting cannons, that wouldn't be nearly as dramatic and spicy as these red pepper cyan TIE fighters, Beauty says, every brave, bold idea takes courage. You got the bold idea and the courage comes with it. I have faith in your genius. Thanks, Beauty. I think what it is that, like, part of me, the part that doesn't trust the plan, the instinct is I need to do this right now. I need to start immediately. But that I know that would not be wise for a lot of reasons. If I can just keep things going until December, and then I'll be in such a better position in every respect, I think. Well, but not the position that I'm freaking out about. Yeah. So that's the thing. But I need to 4 months is not that much, right? Well, it's going to probably be 6 months if you wait. September, October, December. It's probably 5 or 6 months. That's not that much time, right? It's worth sticking with my plan. Sticking with my plan, not rushing. That's the thing. I need to not rush. I just need to trust. I need to trust. Trust that I'll make it. Okay. Let's end this poll. You need to stop freaking out. You're making me freak out. Oh. Let's end this poll. Let's end this poll. But yeah, that's what I mean. I can't worry about the TIE fighters, the spicy TIE fighters. I just gotta focus on blowing up the Death Star. And it's lamb and or dir. Lamb and or dir. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Time to accelerate. robbing banks to keep from tanking it. Look at all these stellar conflicts. They say words can't hurt you, but stones and sticks can break you. Yeah, here he is, the final blast. Pick me up like I'm nothing, and toss me right in the fire.
drive this boat with square wheels. Yeah, I'm trying to drive this boat with square wheels. I'm trying to make a deal with a mannequin. trying to make a deal with a mannequin, but he rips me off. He ripped me off. I'm trying to drive my boat with square wheels. Yeah, I'm trying to drive my boat with square wheels. Mannequin, it seems like I'm gonna lose again. Man against mannequin, seems like I'm gonna lose again. Man against mannequin, seems like I'm gonna lose again. Against mannequin, seems like I'm gonna lose again. against mannequin. Looks like I lost again. Man against mannequin.
Thanks for those gals. Yeah, I think this light's better. I've had it way too bright, I know. This is a little better, I think. I just unscrewed one of the light bulbs. In the there's the softbox there and over there. And thanks everyone. Titles. Let's see, what do we have? Oh, Q-Square's here. Hey, Q-Square. Q-Square with Wall Street Lights. Oh, Q-Square, you named Project X for September, right? It was you, I think. Yeah. Volcanic Goblet. Q-Square, what's it called now? It was the thing about raisins. All right, let me check so I have it phrased correctly. Oh yeah, unexpected raisin alert system. Oh, I need to update the command too. Oh, it was Guy in a Monster Suit. Did I put Guy? I put Guy in a Monster Suit up again. How did I do that? Unexpected raisin alert system. Did I really do that? I did. Whoops. Whoops. Performative duo. Oh yeah. No. Cool reasons. I guarantee last month wasn't actually a random guy, but somebody named Guy. Well, I used a whole bunch of titles as lyrics. I took conflicts from Jazzy Stellar Conflicts. I took Final Boss Fight. Also Man Against Mannequin. Or you wrote Man Again Mannequin, but I read it as Man Against Mannequin. And then Botsky, I was inspired. I didn't exactly, well, I guess I took one of the words. The wheels in the bus go round and flat, but somehow that made me think of a vehicle with square tires. And then I thought, let's make it even worse. It's a boat with square tires. And Staffy, I took sanctions from Converse Sanctions. Oh, and Hart's here. Hey, Hart. I hope you had a good stream. Thanks for the raid. Oh, and Paul, 38 months. Oh, Paul says your hard work and passion continues to be an inspiration. Thank you. Oh, thanks, Paul. Thank you. Thank you. Cool Breeze says the wheels in the bus go flat, flat, flat. Oh, and the rare Kazoo was on here. I wonder how many kazoos. What's the kazoo code? So I've used kazoo 11 times in 2021. Let's see how many in 2020. 47 times in 2020. 2019 is going to be way more, I bet. 66 times in 2019. Now 2018 is when it's going to peak, I think. Oh no. 46 times in 2018. 41 times in 2017. Six times in 2016. So 2019 was the most. I wouldn't have expected that. I thought it would be 2018. Jazz doesn't come up very often. I think that's intentional. I sort of burned myself out on the kazoo. Well, I need to get a new cable, don't I? Some other titles: Mind Over Muty, Mannequin Skywalker. I think I'm at my most violent on the kazoo. I'm basically trying to make it explode. That's the goal. I want it to combust. Other titles, let's see. Mind Over Media with Swear Jar Jar Binks, Darth Vapor. Yoda Instructor. Jazzy Epic Rap Battle of Epicness. And 16-bit Space Fighter game. I'm Only Big Child. Oh, and I took Trusting the Plan from Big Child too. I forgot to mark that. Or no, I did say that. Yeah, Big Child Trusting the Plan. I did mark that. I'm Only Big Child, fantastic. Cool Breeze and Exploded Yoda. Mucho Mas. Use the Force, Harry. Poorly translated Star Spangled Banner. Tony Birsky Botsky, don't at me because I'm in the shed. I'm about to trim the hedge. Q Square, the dollar invasion of Quonos. Staffy skipping the casino. I nearly sang. I was gonna think about that one as a lyric. Corey says if we watch Symphony of Madman, where I see always burn out. Man, Symphony of Madman, that was all the way back in 2017, wasn't it? I think that was 2017. June of 2017. That was named by Enigma. Enigma. Love Enigma. I hope Enigma will be back for the big show. The big one. The biggest show in the history of this channel. The folks from 2017 that come back and you're like, what happened to your voice since who are here? What did you do to yourself? What happened to you? Media says, will you wear a tux? I don't think I will, but maybe I'll rent Tubi a tux. They're sort of expensive though. Maybe I'll get Tubi one of those t-shirts that have a tuxedo, because I want to have arms for Tubi by then. Right now, Tubi can't really pull off short sleeves, because Tubi doesn't have any arms. But I hope to have arms by then, and yeah, that will be t-shirt time. T-shirt time for Tubi. Right now, Tubi can only wear long sleeve, type things. But I want Tubi to be able to wear, because we're going to be, we're outside a lot. Tubi's going to get hot. Corey's, if I remember that song, is something like 15 minutes of kazoo. Yeah, I think I had a pretty long kazoo solo. Why are there only 2 titles? I put 4 up. Didn't I put 4 up? Did I just zone out and only put 2 on? I meant to put 4. Sorry about that. There were definitely 4 I could have put up. I just got distracted. Sorry about that. And it's Staffy, Volcanic Goblet. Thank you, Staffy. Volcanic Goblet. Oh, and thanks so much. Have a slice of my pecan pie chart. 23-month sub. Right, big show. And by the way, here's my monthly sub. Yeah, this is going to be the biggest thing that's hit this channel ever. Okay? Ever. I mean, I'm sure there are a few people that will be disappointed, but maybe everyone, but I won't be. Well, part of me will be. Because I won't be as far as I had hoped, I know. But still, the biggest thing that's ever going to hit the channel as far as I'm concerned. New thing. I mean, there was a lot when I started it, but new thing. Muchmas is not mad, just disappointed. Let's see. He says, you said not a lot will change, but it will still be big. Are you revealing you are Ethan Hawke? Or do you actually get Ethan Hawke? Well, there are 2 new stream types that I was hoping to launch And I'm in phase 1. There's 2 phases of Project X. And I'd hope to I may just launch one of the new stream types this year. And then in phase 2 of Project, so then I would launch the second one later in sometime early next year, hopefully. And then phase 2 of Project X is at least 2 or 3 new kinds of stream types. So, but yeah, I won't say more. Media says stream types. So, meaning the structure of the show will be, in one case, I don't want to make it sound like it's me too dramatic, but the shows will be structured differently than the way it currently is. I'll say this, it's the phase 1 of Project X will be the more dramatic, but also less dramatic than phase 2. Well, I'm not going to say any more. I don't know. I shouldn't say any more. People will be more excited. If people get excited, it'll be more about phase 1. But in some ways, phase 2 will be a more significant, but less exciting. I hope people will be excited about phase 1. I sort of worked hard. Okay, let's see. Corey says, phase 1 will be Calculus 101, phase 2 will be Calc 102. Pi says, when is a big show? I don't know. Most likely, if I can keep things together, meaning the show, if I can keep the show going until, I'm hoping, December. I mean, if I get into a really bad situation, I might have to do it sooner, but that's not ideal. The best case scenario at this point is December. Best case for the future of the show. Doing it sooner is not going to be good. I mean, it should still be desperate. I'll be desperate. December is the ideal, sometime in December. Technically, the 50th anniversary of Mucho Mas is on Saturday. Originally, I'd wanted to do it on Saturday. Yeah, I'd wanted it to do it on Saturday, but so I'm not going to make any big deal about Saturday because we're going to celebrate the 5th anniversary whenever I do Project X. So hopefully it won't be more than. But yeah, December is most likely. But I will be letting everybody know. Everybody I can possibly think of. Every friend of the channel, streamers. I'm gonna let Twitch know. I think. I mean, I need to. Right now, I don't. I'm hoping I feel confident enough to justify that level of promotion. That's why I need more time. I don't feel the confidence to justify that level of promotion. Okay, let's see. Set list. Oh, take care, Jazzy. We're almost to 1,000 shows. Can you remind me again when we're about a show away? And I'll promote that. I'll do something on social for that. I mean, yeah. Today's show was live from the Lawn King. We did Winding Rivers, Sailing in Sydney, Floating Castle, Volcanic Goblet. Musicians don't hold the rest of the world to your standards. The world's not perfect. I know how my brain works, Muty. And if I need a serious adrenaline shot, and if I do this right, it will be that. I basically need, I talk about, I make analogies like getting too far across the bridge so there's no turning back, or painting myself into a corner so I have to learn how to fly. If I can feel good about Project X, I know I can persevere through whatever I got to deal with. But I need it. I need that to be able to persevere. That just and putting as much time as I've into it, I can't exactly do Project Ag, launch it, and then say, oh, gotta end the show now. Can't keep the show going anymore. So that's Project X is that kind of, it's mentally I need that to persevere. That's why I'm dragging my feet a little. I mean, I'm not ready. It's not like it's not, I really, there's a fundamental thing that I'm struggling with. I got to figure out how to solve it. So I've shifted a huge amount of my attention to one thing. That's that one thing. If that one thing was not an issue, then I probably would have done it on Saturday. I would have launched. This is one thing that should not be difficult. It should not be difficult. I thought it would be easy, and so I didn't worry about it, I thought, it'll just figure itself out. But that's not how life works. I'm going to focus on the more difficult part, which I did. And I'm still not happy with the difficult part, but it's good enough, it's good enough for now. But the simple part, I'm stuck on the simple part. Okay, anyway, y'all are gonna, y'all are like, what was he talking? When you finally find out all of what's gonna happen, you're gonna look back and you're gonna say, what was he talking about? Doesn't make any sense. Let's see. Okay. Staff, maybe we can brainstorm it together. No, I am counting on this to give us some momentum, some hype. I'm counting on it, Okay, let's see. Moody already knows what it is, so maybe if you ask him nicely, he'll tell you how the simple thing works. Yeah. Y'all are gonna laugh when you find out what I'm talking about. Oh, the simple part. What? You delayed because of that? Okay, trust the plan. Remember, I gotta follow the plan. I gotta trust, I gotta trust my instincts on this one. Let's do our thank yous. Thanks, sowOmoz. I mean, part of the van thing though was realizing that as much as exciting as it will be for me personally, Project X, And even though I do think that it will, I think those of you, I think our community, most of you, I think will be excited about it, and I'm hoping it'll revitalize some other members of our community who don't watch right now. But I think I just sort of realize I cannot count on Twitch. The future of Twitch and the van and the YouTube van and YouTube is really, I just gotta, if I'm gonna keep this what we do, if I'm gonna keep it going, right? I do more than Project X. I sort of had to. So hopefully the combination of all of that will give me great momentum going into the van and YouTube stuff, and streaming on the road will be really fun experience for everybody. Let's see, next, thank you to Cool Reason and Tubi, our superstar mods. And also thanks so much to Cool Reason for the donation, and thank you to Staffy. Since you delayed it, how about just doing something totally different? Take a walk, throw a frisbee, let it come to you naturally from the ether. Sometimes you can't elbow your way through. Simple with complicated thoughts, ghosts in the brain. I'll try to do some of those things, but I need to keep working on project. It'll make more sense. It'll all make sense, I think, eventually. But thank you. I do need to diversify. I need to diversify my time. Soda with 40 months, Mr. Robert 53, Pi 23, Paul 38. It's really it's funny that the new I shouldn't tell. I shouldn't go into any more detail. Okay, let's see. Thanks for those subs. Thanks to our lurkers and chatters. Mujamas is too bad, kid never showers anymore. You put a kappa. I don't shower as frequently as I once did, I'll say that. I'm definitely ready for van life. Keep that in mind when you consider meeting me in person, okay? No, I'll try to be in good condition if I have to, if I meet any human beings in my travels. I'll try to be, at very least I'll wear a plastic bubble around myself so y'all don't have to deal with the fumes from just days with Tubi. Okay, thanks to everybody. Thanks to these 15 people either named our current tour, named a venue, named one of our songs, made a request on one of the songs. We featured Muffin, Cool Reason, Dual, GDBill, heropapaya, I'm Only Big Child, Jazzy, Minor, Vermeil, Muchamas, Q Square, Sponge, Sobo, Staffy, the Third Doug mentioned, Tunley, Brisky, Botsky, and Wow, Soda. Cool Reasons will know it's bad when kid streams amidst a cloud. Paul says, whole new meaning to stank face. Yeah, when I make those faces, Paul, it's not that I'm into the music. It's just I smell myself. Like, what? What is that? Oh, that's me. That's me. You thought I was feeling the groove. No. I mean, I'm not planning on having a shower built into my tiny little vehicle I'm going to be getting. I'm not going to have a sink either. Oh, I don't think I'm going to have a sink. I think sinks take up a lot of space and just, I don't think I'm going to deal with it. I'm gonna get a Planet Fitness membership maybe, or like Muchama says, truck stop showers. He says if God wanted us to shower more, it would rain every day. It's funny, you do see there's more and more people talking about not taking showers. Or fewer showers. I don't think anyone's saying maybe some people are saying take 0 showers. Hey, Brother Int. Yes, Brother Int. The plan is I'm going to be doing this show out of a van beginning sometime next year. Doing shows in the wild. Me driving around the country. I'm going to be starting a new show on YouTube. Not a live stream, a produced show. That's going to be a weird combination of a travel type vlog type thing and a variety show. As far as I know, no one's ever tried to do such a stupid thing. But I'm going to try to do such a stupid thing as that. Travel vlog meets variety show, yes. I'm taking a tremendous leap of faith that my stupidity is going to pan out. That there's going to be enough people who are going to find that idiotic idea intriguing. I mean, I'm using negative words, but it's what I want to do, so I don't really care if it's a stupid idea. It's what I got to do. Brother says, sounds amazing, thank you. Media says, you sure know how to sell it. I know. I'm trying to be realistic at the same time, Trying to be realistic. No, I mean, I do think that I joke that it's a stupid idea. It's like with the idea of this show. I don't think this show, I don't think it was a stupid idea, this show. I still believe in this idea. I think it just, the way I went about it maybe wasn't the smartest. And it's not sort of instantly accessible, And that's the problem with this other idea. It's not instantly accessible. Sort of, you have to figure out what is this? Wait, what? Okay, it seems like it's just a travel vlog, but then he's got a blue robot, and he's playing music sometimes, and he's telling stories, and then he's doing these weird things. He's got these different characters. There's costumes sometimes. Can't figure this thing out. No, but I will, media. I will. I'll work on my elevator pitch. I'll pull. I'm never going to be a good promoter. Well, let's be real. I'm just going to make the content I want to make, and hopefully the right people will find it and like it. Brother and sister travel streams do quite well. Well, that's me being sort of trying to be realistic. That's me trying to be a little less head in the clouds. There are a good number of YouTube. I'm sure there's at least 100. That's not very, when you consider how many YouTube channels there are. I'm sure there's at least 100 YouTube channels that are, doing pretty well. I mean, there's a lot of van life people who are doing these. But nobody's doing, as far as I know, a variety show in their travel videos. But let me just say, I know it's probably getting really annoying me talking about it, and you're going to hear me talking about it again. I've said this, I'm apologize again and again. I mean, probably, me talking about this is a ways in the future. But it helps me so much to be able to talk about it. When I came up with the concept of this show, I was okay being by myself and just doing it. Because it just seems so, and it's still like it was this thing that made my life make sense. All these different things I'd done, and I didn't need anything but just to work, just to realize it. But I'm not as as confident a place at this moment in time, and just feeling not alone as I start this new journey has been invaluable. So I really am so grateful for all of you, and so thank you, thanks for your patience in the future, because you're going to keep hearing me talk about this incessantly. Let's see. Okay, let's see. Let's find somewhere to raid. But yeah, the plan is launch a Kickstarter in December. One of the reasons it sort of makes sense for me, it's probably better for me to wait until the end of the year, is if the Kickstarter is successful, it's going to be a lot of money that would be taxed if I don't spend it. And the problem is that realistically, I probably wouldn't find the vehicle, and really I probably won't start spending that money until next year. So it's a lot better if I don't make that money until next year, because otherwise I'm just gonna have to pay more if it's the government. But yeah, so the hope is you will launch that Kickstarter in December. We've got 2 years of truth and occasion are about. Chad is resilient. What's this? He's got a guitar. Is it a guitar or a bass? I can't see. And a keyboard. He's doing a live learn. Let's see. I think that's a bass. It's really hard to see, but let's rate this guy. This is cool. His thing is come request a song I've never played before. Let's go support him. So we got 2 more shows this week, tomorrow and Saturday. So I hope to see y'all then. If not, next week. And if you haven't seen, I've moved radio to ETC Kid Radio. The only time this channel will be live is when I am here. ETC Kid Radio if you want to hear 24/7 VODs. Hey, Lico Cabero, I'm just ending, sorry. And I don't actually do covers. I'm sure that's an awesome song. But I hope you'll come back and I could turn your name into a drum beat or something. Okay. Thanks so much, everybody. And I just, let me shout out Brother Int. Anyone who hasn't seen Brother Int is an amazing singer. He's one of my favorite voices I've heard on Twitch. I love his voice. Love hearing him sing. He also plays guitar and awesome Twitch streamer. So please follow and check him out. Okay, let's do it. I'll see y'all. Take care.